Hello everyone, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In our today's session, yes, in our today's session, we'll learn about NCERT Marathon. Yes, so in earlier two parts we have covered, I'm talking about class 10th NCERT, Democratic Politics. So in previous two parts we have covered few chapters of this NCERT. Now we will revise one of the unit in today's session and then continue with the remaining parts. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest learning platform, where you will get unlimited access for live and recorded classes, structured courses, and live tests. Those aspirants are pursuing their graduation or after their 12th examination, planning to start their preparation, they can go with Unacademy's iconic subscription. Yes, friends, in iconic subscription, they will get all the features of plus courses. Yes, so in this iconic subscription, they will get all the features of plus courses along with additional features like personal guidance, expert guidelines, study planner, and many more. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. You can follow me on Unacademy and you can join our Telegram group using this link. Those aspirants are looking for our paid courses. We have plus and iconic courses where you will get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live. Also, we are providing combo subscription for general studies and optional subject. Here you can opt for 1 year, 2 year and 3 year subscription. Here also you will eligible to get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live. These are the new batches started for UPSC CSE. We have 1 year, 2 year and NCERT batches. We are also providing free test series for all aspirants where we will cover complete general studies and current affairs. Just you have to use code RBI Live to unlock the tests. We are also conducting an academic combat every Sunday morning 11 a.m. Yes, India's biggest free scholarship test for UPSC aspirants. So hurry up, it's absolutely free. Just unlock the combat using referral code RBI Live. Now we'll start the Democratic Politics class 10th NCERT. Yes, in our earlier sessions, we have covered Unit 1 where we have discussed about power sharing and federalism. Then we have also covered democracy and diversity and gender, religion and caste. Yes. Now, in today's session, we'll revise Unit 3 and we'll finish Unit 4. That is, we will revise popular struggles and movements, political parties, because number of aspirants was asking doubts regarding these two chapters, and will also continue with outcomes of democracy and challenges to democracy. Yes, we'll try to cover all these topics. Yes, so let's start with popular struggles and movements. Yes. So first of all, I hope everyone aware about the general terms, that is struggles and movements. Yes, anyone can tell me. Yes, Hemant and Ram Kumar, in this NCERT session, marathon session, we are studying class 10th NCERT, Democratic Politics. So anyone can tell me, yes please, struggles and movements in single word. Yes, that is one liner answer for the struggles and movement. Yes. So, alright, just have an overview. So, in earlier sessions of class 10th NCERT, we have discussed about why power sharing is important in a democracy system and how different tiers of government and various social groups share power. Yes. So, it's important to understand the concept of power sharing. So, how power sharing is important in democracy and how different tiers of government and various social groups share power. Yes. So now in this chapter we will carry this discussion further and see how those who exercise power and constrained by the influence and pressure exists exerted on them. Yes, democracy almost invariably involves conflict of interests and viewpoints. So these differences are often expressed in organized ways. Yes. So those who are in power are required to balance these conflicting demands and pressures. So we begin this chapter with discussion of how struggles around conflicting demands and pressures shape democracy, which means in democracy type of government, the various demands and interests are following the channel. Yes, so the conflicts or the various demands to put before the government in a democratic way. Yes, and this leads to an analysis of the different ways and organizations through which ordinary citizen can play a role in democracy. So we look at the indirect ways of influencing politics, the pressure groups and movements. Yes, this leads us to the direct ways controlling political power in the form of political parties. So how various groups influenced policy making. So there are different types of pressure groups like business houses, means the business tycoons and social activists. So these are the various groups. They are demanding various things to the government and implementation of schemes. So we'll start with the in international context, the popular struggles in a neighboring country Nepal and also in Bolivia. Yes. So I hope everyone remember the story of triumph of democracy in Poland. Yes, which we have covered in class 9th NCERT. So the story reminded us about the role played by the people in the making of democracy. Yes. So we'll now read two recent stories of that kind and see how power is exercised in democracy. So in any country, the participation of citizens and people are very important to recognized system of democracy. Yes, now we'll see the example of Nepal. Yes, we'll see the story in detail. So, movement for democracy in Nepal. Yes, so Nepal witnessed an extraordinary popular movement in April 2006. The movement was aimed at restoring democracy. Yes, Nepal, you might recall, was one of the third wave countries that had won democracy in 1990. So although the king formally remained the head of the state, yes, in Nepal, the king formally remained the head of the state and the real power was exercised by popularly elected representative. Yes. So King Birendra, who has accepted this transition from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy, yes, so was killed in mysterious massacre of royal family in 2001. Then King Gyanendra, yes, the new king of Nepal, was not prepared to accept democratic rule. Yes, so what happened when King Gyanendra came into the power? He took advantage of the weakness and unpopularity of democratically elected government. So in February 2005, the king dismissed the then prime minister and dissolved the popularly elected parliament. Yes, after the king Birendra, King Gyanendra, the new king of Nepal, was not prepared to accept democratic rule. Yes, he was thinking that monarchy is the way of administration will lead country towards development. So in February 2005, the king Gyanendra dismissed the then prime minister and dissolved the popularly elected parliament. And the movement of April 2006 was aimed at regaining popular control over the government from the king. Yes. So, see the political parties and people of Nepal in rally demanding restoration of democracy in their country. Yes, it's obvious reaction from the public for the restoration of democracy. So, what happened at that time? All the major political parties in the parliament formed a seven-party alliance, that is SPA. So, all the major political parties in the Nepal, yes, in the Nepal parliament, which formed a seven-party alliance SPA and called for 4-day strike in Kathmandu. Yes, Kathmandu is the capital of Nepal. So this seven-party alliance called for a 4-day strike in Kathmandu. So this protest will turn into an indefinite strike in which Maoist insurgents and various other organizations joins hands. So along with seven-party alliance, other organizations also joins hands in the indefinite strike. Yes. So people defied curfew and took to the streets. Yes, the security forces found themselves unable to take on more than a lakh people who gathered almost every day to demand restoration of democracy. So the number of protesters reached between 3 and 5 lakhs on 21st April, and they served on ultimatum to the king. So the leaders of the movement rejected the half-hearted concessions made by the king. Yes, during the strike, king was started discussion with the leader of 7-party alliance and other organizations. Then what happened? The leaders of the movement, they rejected the half-hearted concession made by the king. So they stuck to their demands for restoration of parliament and power to an all-party government and new constituent assembly. Yes. So on 24th April 2006, the last day of the ultimatum, the king was forced to concede all the 3 demands, and the 7-party alliance choose Girija Prasad Koirala as the new prime minister of the interim government. Yes, so after the ultimatum given by the leaders of 7-party alliance, so on 24th April 2006, the last day of ultimatum, the king was forced to concede all the 3 demands, and after that the 7-party alliance chose Girija Prasad Koirala as the new prime minister of the interim government. So the restored parliament made and passed laws taking away most of the powers of the king, and the 7-party alliance and the Maoists came to an understanding about how the new constituent assembly was going to be elected. Yes, after that in 2008, the monarchy was abolished. Yes, and Nepal became Federal Democratic Republic. Yes, and in 2015, Nepal adopted a new constitution. So the struggle of the Nepali people is a source of inspiration to Democrats all over the world. See how Nepal was marched towards the democratic country from the monarchy. So in 2006, the leaders of movement formed interim government, and then the 7-party alliance and Maoists came to an understanding about how the new constituent assembly was going to be elected. In 2008, the monarchy was abolished and Nepal became a federal democratic republic. Yes. Now, recently, like in 2015, Nepal adopted a new constitution. So how the struggle of the Nepali people is source of the inspiration to Democrats all over the world. Yes, this is the power of unity of people. Yes. Now, so here we see the term Maoist, yes, Maoist. So Maoist, those communists who believe in the ideology of Mao, the leader of the Chinese Revolution. So they seek to overthrow the government through an armed revolution so as to establish the rule of the peasant and workers. So we should know who are the Maoists. So those communists who believe in the ideology of Mao, the leader of the Chinese Revolution. Yes, now after the Nepal, we'll see Bolivia's water war. Yes, so in various countries and nations, the importance of struggle and movements to settle down crisis or law and order or demanding a peaceful administration. Yes. So now we'll see Bolivia's water war. So the story of Poland and that of Nepal applied to the struggle for establishing or restoring democracy. But the role of popular struggles does not come to an end with the establishment of democracy. Yes, people successful struggle against privatization of water in Bolivia. Yes, people successful struggle against privatization of water in Bolivia reminds us that popular struggles are integral to the working of democracy. Yes, so Bolivia is a poor country in Latin America. The World Bank pressurized the government to give up its control of municipal water supply, and the government sold these rights for the city of Cochabamba to a multinational company. Yes. So after the World Bank pressurized the government to give up its control of municipal water supply, the government sold these rights for the city of Cochabamba to a MNC. Now, what happened after that? As we know, the multinational companies or any private entities are running their businesses for profit. So absolutely the same, this MNC also started changing the administration, and they took over the water supply board of the city. Now after that, the company immediately increased the price of water by 4 times. Yes, which means, for example, a monthly bill of 100 rupees for one household meter, then it will be charged as 400 rupees. Yes. So the multinational company immediately increased the price of water by 4 times. So what happened? After that, people received monthly water bill of rupees 1000 in a country where average income is around 5000 a month. So understand how water bill is or water bill felt as burden on the people of the Bolivia country. Yes. So the average income of a people is around 5000 per month, where 1000 rupees is water bill per month. Now, this led to spontaneous popular protest. As we know, if there is any policy or scheme by the government which will spread hatedness and spontaneous reaction into the masses, if all these schemes or rules related to day-to-day need, public facilities and mandatory services. So in January 2000, a new alliance of labor, human rights and community leaders organized a successful 4-day general strike in the city. Yes. So the government agreed to negotiate and strike was called off. Yes. So, in January 2000, after the spontaneous popular protest, a new alliance of labor, human rights, and community leaders organized a successful 4-day general strike in the city. So the government agreed to negotiate and the strike was called off. So yet nothing happened. Then the police resorted to brutal repression when agitation was started again in February 2000. So another strike followed in April and the government imposed martial law. But the power of the people forced the officials of the MNC to flee the city and made the government concede to all the demands of the protesters. Yes. So, the contract with the multinational company was cancelled and the water supply was restored to the municipality at old rates. Yes. So, this came to be known as the Bolivia's water war. Yes. So, these are the two examples of the mass protest or the participation of citizens into the protest to fulfill their demands by the authorities. Yes, so finally in Bolivia the water war ended and water supply was restored to the municipality at old rates. Yes. Now, after these two examples of Nepal and Bolivia, we'll see democracy and popular struggles. Yes, these two stories are from very different contexts. The movement in Nepal was to establish democracy, while the struggle in Bolivia involved claims on an elected democratic government, and the popular struggle in Bolivia was about one specific policy. So while the struggle in Nepal was about the foundations of the country's politics, so both these struggles were successful, but their impact was at different levels. Yes, in Bolivia, the popular struggle is about one specific policy. Yes, that is public facility. And in Nepal, the struggle was about the foundations of the country's politics. Yes. Now, despite the differences of these struggles, both these stories share some elements which are relevant to the study of the past and future of democracies. Yes, both these are instances of political conflict that led to popular struggles. In both cases, the struggle involved mass mobilization. Yes. So, public demonstration of mass support which cleansed the dispute, and finally both instances involved critical role of political organizations. So if we recall the first chapter of ninth standard. This is how democracy has evolved all over the world, and therefore draw few conclusions from these examples. Yes, like democracy evolves through popular struggles. So it is possible that some significant decisions may take place through consensus and may not involve any conflict at all. But that would be an exception, which defining movements of democracy, which usually involve conflict between those groups who have exercised power and those who aspire for a share in power. So these movements come when the country is going through transition to democracy, expansion, yes, expansion of democracy or deepening of democracy. Yes, if we are talking about in the context of world where democracy evolves through populist struggles and democratic conflict is resolved through mass mobilization. Sometimes it is possible that the conflict is resolved by using the existing institutions like the parliament or the judiciary. But when there is a deep dispute, very often these institutions themselves get involved in the dispute. So the resolution has to come from outside, that is from the people. Yes, so in some cases, it is possible that the conflict is resolved by using the existing institutions like the parliament or the judiciary. But when there is a deep dispute, so the institutions like parliament and judiciary very often, yes, very often these institutes themselves get involved in the dispute and the resolution has to come from outside, that is from the people. Yes, these conflicts and mobilization are based on new political organizations. Yes, true, there is an element of spontaneity in all such historic movements, but the spontaneous public participation becomes effective with the help of organized politics. So there can be many agencies of organized politics. These include political parties, pressure groups, and movement groups. Yes. Now, so in 1984, the Karnataka government set up a company called Karnataka Pulpwood Limited. Yes, there is one small story. So in 1984, the Karnataka government set up a company called Karnataka Pulpwood Limited. About 30,000 hectares of land was given virtually free to this company for 40 years. So much of this land was used by local farmers as grazing land for their cattle. So, however, the company began to plant eucalyptus trees on this land, yes, which could be used for making paper pulp. So, in 1987, a movement called Kitiko Hachichuko, yes, meaning pluck and plant, yes, Kitiko Hachiko, meaning pluck and plant, started a non-violent protest. Yes, after the 3 years, when in 1984 the Karnataka government set up a company called Karnataka Pulpwood Limited. So in 1987, a movement started, pluck and plant, which is a non-violent protest where people plucked the eucalyptus plants and planted saplings of trees that were useful to the people. So, this is the non-violent protest by the people. Yes, non-violent protest by people of Karnataka against the company set up by the government. Yes, now we'll see mobilization and organizations. Yes, so let us go back to our two examples and look at the organizations that made this struggle successful. Yes, so we noted that the call for the indefinite strike was given by the seven-party alliance in Nepal, and this alliance included some big parties that had some members in parliament. But the seven-party alliance was not the only organization behind this mass upsurge. The protest was joined by the Nepalese Communist Party Maoist, which did not believe in parliamentary democracy. So this party was involved in an armed struggle against the Nepali government and had established its control over large parts of Nepal. So the struggle involved many organizations other than political parties. All the major labor unions and their federations joined this movement in Nepal, and many other organizations like the organizations of the indigenous people, teachers, lawyers and human rights groups extended support to the movement. Yes. So here we can say the participation from the all stakeholders in the society, which will lead to successful agitation or fulfilling demands by the authorities. Yes. Now, the protest against water privatization in another case, that is Bolivia water war, where the protest against water privatization was not led by any political party. So it was led by an organization called FEDICOR. Yes. So this organization comprised local professionals, including engineers and environmentalists. They were supported by a federation of farmers who relied on irrigation, the Confederation of Factory Workers Unions, middle class students from the University of Cochabamba, and the city's growing population of homeless street children. Yes, the movement was supported by the Socialist Party. So in 2006, this party came to power in Bolivia. So from both these examples, we can see that a democracy, several different kinds of organizations work behind any big struggle. So here we can understand the any protest nearby your locality, city or district, a particular struggle or strike was led by an organization which playing role of an coordination to successful such strikes, yes, which are converted into big struggles to fulfilling their demands. Yes, so these organizations play their role in two ways. One, obvious way of influencing the decisions in a democracy is direct participation in competitive politics, and this is done by creating parties, contesting elections and forming governments. But every citizen does not participate so directly. Yes, so the people may not have the desire, they may not have desire or the need or the skills to take part in direct political activity other than voting. So there are many indirect ways in which people can get governments to listen to their demands or their points of view. Yes, they could do so by forming an organization and undertaking activities to promote their interests or their viewpoints. So these are called interest groups or pressure groups. Yes. So sometimes people decide to act together without forming organizations. Yes. So here understand. So the organizations are play their role in two ways. Like influencing the decision in a democracy is direct participation in competitive politics. Yes. So this is done by the creating parties, contesting elections and forming governments. But every citizen does not participate so directly. So they are the part of interest groups or pressure groups. They also influencing the policies of the government. Yes. So sometimes people decide to act together without forming organizations as well. Yes. Now see the picture which government initiate schemes and programs to alleviate the suffering of the poor and meet their basic needs. But the poverty remains in the country, and what could be the reason for such a situation? Yes, this pictorial image was talked about. Keeps Mungeri Lal keeps running. Garibi Hatao and feel good. Yes. So friends, how these various struggle and movements are successful through the participation of people, organizations, interest groups, experts, or pressure groups. Yes, there are also participation from social activists. Now we'll see the pressure groups and movements. So pressure groups are organizations that attempt to influence government bodies, yes, government policies, not bodies. So pressure groups are organizations that attempt to influence government policies, but unlike political parties, pressure groups do not aim to directly control or share political power. Yes, this is major difference between political parties and pressure groups. So pressure groups do not directly control or share political power. So these organizations are formed when people with common occupation, common interest, common aspirations or common opinions come together in order to achieve a common objective. Yes. So in the course of the discussion above, we came across entities that are not quite an organization. The struggle, yes. So the struggle in Nepal was called a movement for democracy. So we often hear the word people's movement to describe many forms of collective action. Yes, like Narmada Bachao Andolan, movement for right to information, anti-liquor movement, women's movement, environmental movement. So like an interest group, a movement also attempts to influence, yes. So like an interest group, a movement also attempts to influence politics rather than directly take part in electoral competition. Yes, but unlike the interest groups, movements have a loose organization and their decision making is more informal and flexible. Yes, they depend much more on spontaneous mass participation than an interest group. Yes. So the pressure groups and movements. Now see, in this picture, there are different protests like land right protest, the farmers of West Java, Indonesia. Yes, in June 2004, about 15,000 landless farmers from West Java traveled to Jakarta, the capital city, and they came with their families to demand land reform, to insist on the return of their farms. So demonstrators chanted "No land, no vote." Yes, so declaring that they would boycott the Indonesia's first direct presidential election if no candidate back in land reform. Yes, the land right protests of West Java, Indonesia. Now, sectional interest groups and public interest groups. Yes. So now we'll see sectional interest groups and public interest groups. Yes. So usually interest groups seeks to promote the interest of a particular section or a group of society, trade unions, business associations, and professional bodies are some examples of this type. Yes, sectional interest group and public interest groups. So the interest groups seeks to promote their interest of a particular section or group of society. Yes. Now, they are sectional because they represent a section of society. Yes, workers, employees, business persons, industrialists, followers of a religion, caste group, etc. So their principal concern is the betterment and well-being of their members, not society in general. Yes, they are demanding a specific demands which for the well-being of their members of the group. Yes. And sometimes these organizations are not about representing the interest of one section of society. They represent some common or general interests as well. So that needs to be defended. Then the members of the organization may not benefit from the cause that the organization represents. So the Bolivian organization, FEDICOR, is an example of that kind of an organization. In the context of Nepal, we noted the participation of human rights organizations where we read about these organizations in our previous NCERT. Yes, the second type of groups are called promotional groups. Yes, so public interest groups, they promote collective rather than selective good. They aim to help groups other than their own members. For example, a group fighting against bonded labor. Yes, bonded labor fights not for itself but for those who are suffering under such bondage. Yes, in some instances, the members of a public interest group may undertake activity that benefits them as well as others too. Yes, here is the example given like BAMSEF, Backward and Minority Communities Employees Federation, is an organization largely made up of government employees that campaigns against caste discrimination. It addresses the problems of its members who suffer discrimination, but its principal concern is with social justice and social equality for the entire society. Yes, there are a number of organizations. They are working for social justice and social equality for the entire society, where they are conducting various awareness campaigns to discuss various issues and challenges facing by the people. So the second type of groups are called promotional groups. Yes. Now after that we will see movement groups. Yes, as in the case of interest groups, the groups involved with movements also include a very wide variety. The various examples mentioned above already indicate a simple distinction. So, most of the movements are issue specific movements that seek to achieve a single objective within a limited time frame, and others are more general or generic movements that seek to achieve a broad goal in the very long term. Yes, the Nepalese movement for democracy arose with the specific objective of reversing the king's orders that led to suspension of democracy. So in India, Narmada Bachao Andolan is a good example of this kind of movement, that is movement groups. Yes. So the movement started with the specific issue of the people displaced by the creation of Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River. Yes, its objective was to stop the dam from being constructed, and gradually it became a wider movement that questioned all such big dams and the model of development that required such dams. So movements of this kind tend to have a clear leadership and some organization, but their active life is usually short. So this single issue movement can be contrasted with movements that are long term and involve more than one issue. The environmental movement and the women's movement are example of such movements. Yes, these are the single issue movements. Yes, under the movement groups we have covered, the Narmada Bachao Andolan is a good example of movement groups. So this Narmada Bachao Andolan started with the specific issue of the people displaced by the creation of Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River. So its objective was to stop the dam from being constructed. And gradually it became a wider movement which spread to other sections of the society. Yes, and also reach to the other big dam issues. Then there is no single organization that controls or guides such movements. Yes, if we are talking about the environmental movement and the women's movement, so there is no single organization that control or guides such movements. So environmental movement is a label for a large number of organizations and issue specific movements. Yes, all of these have separate organizations, independent leadership, and often different views on policy related matters. So, yet all of these share a broad objective and have a similar approach. That is why they are called a movement. So, sometimes these broad movements have a loose umbrella organization as well. Like example, yet all these share a broad objective and have similar approach. That is why they are called a movement. For example, a National Alliance for People's Movement, NAPM, is an organization of organizations, National Alliance for People's Movements. So various movement groups struggling on specific issues are a constituents of this loose organization which coordinates the activities of a large number of people's movements in our country. So how do they influence politics? Yes, pressure groups and movements exert influence on politics in variety of ways. So we'll see this various ways. So these movement and the leadership, they try to gain public support and sympathy for their goals and their activities by carrying out information campaigns, organizing meetings, filing petitions, etc. So most of these groups try to influence the media into giving more attention to these issues. They often organize protest activity like strikes or disrupting government programs. So basically workers organizations, employees associations, and most of the movement groups often resort to these tactics in order to force the government to take note of their demands. Yes, so for the short time we can say they are conducting information campaigns, organizing meetings, filing petitions. Yes, so most of these groups try to influence the media to spread the issue at the mass level. Yes. Now, so business groups often employ professional lobbyists or sponsor expensive advertisements. Some persons from pressure groups or movements or movement groups may participate in official bodies and committees that offer advice to the government. Yes, while interest groups and movements do not directly engage in party politics, they seek to exert influence on political parties. Most of the movement groups take a political stance without being a party. Yes, they have political ideology and political position on major issues. The relationship between political parties and pressure groups can take different forms, some direct and other very indirect. In some instances, the pressure groups are either formed or led by the leaders of political parties or act as extended arms of political parties. Yes. Now, for example, the most trade unions and students' organization in India are either established by or affiliated to one or the other major political party. Most of the leaders of such pressure groups are usually activists and leaders of party. So sometimes political parties grow out of movements. For example, when the Assam movement led by students against the foreigners came to an end, it led to the formation of the Assam Gana Parishad. The roots of parties like the DMK and AIDMK in Tamil Nadu can be traced to a long drawn social reform movement during the 1930s and 1940s. Yes. Yes. Just give me a moment. So, sometimes political parties grow out of movements. For example, with the Assam movement led by students against the foreigners came to an end, it led to the formation of the Assam Gana Parishad, where the roots of the parties like the DMK and AIADMK in Tamil Nadu can be traced to a long drawn social reform movement during 1930s and 1940s. Yes, now, so in most cases, the relationship between parties and in most cases the relationship between parties and interest or movement groups is not so direct. They often take positions that are opposed to each other. So yet they are in a dialogue and negotiation. So movement groups have raised new issues that have been taken up for political parties. So most of the new leadership of political parties comes from interest or movement groups. Yes. So current in today's session, we are studying democratic politics, where now we are understanding movement groups and their role behind the struggle and movements of masses. So now we'll see, is there influence healthy by these groups? So it may initially appear that it is not healthy for groups that promote interest of one section to have influence in democracy. So democracy must look after the interests of all, not just one section, which also it may seem that these groups wield power without responsibility. Political parties have to face the people in elections, but these groups are not accountable to the people. Yes, pressure groups and movements may not get their funds and support from the people, and sometimes pressure groups with small public support but lot of money can hijack public discussion in favor of their narrow agenda. Yes. So how the influence on the policies by the government? Movement groups. Now, so on balance, which however pressure groups and movements have dependent democracy. Yes. So putting pressure on the rulers is not an unhealthy activity in a democracy as long as everyone gets this opportunity. So governments can often come under undue pressure from a small group of rich and powerful people. So public interest groups and movements perform a usual role of countering this undue influence and reminding the government of the needs and concerns of ordinary citizens. So in the world's context, in various countries, these pressure groups are playing important role to the implementation of policy which formed by the government. Yes, so the governments can often come under pressure from a small group of rich and powerful people. So they considered their suggestion for the implementation of such policies. Yes, now even the sectional interest groups play a valuable role where different groups function actively. No one single group can achieve dominance over society. If one group brings pressure on government to make policies in its favor, another will bring counter pressure not to make policies in the way the first group desires. So the government gets to hear about what different sections of the population want. Yes, this leads to a rough balance of power and accommodation of conflicting interests. Yes. So it's all about popular struggles and movements. Yes, where we have covered how citizens play an important role in democracy. We have covered popular struggles in Nepal and Bolivia, where in Nepal the people agitated for democratic rule. Yes, the people demanding restoration of democracy in their country. Whereas in Bolivia, the people agitated by the government's policy for the privatization of water board. So Bolivia's water war we have covered. Then democracy and populist struggles. Yes, which are the part of mass mobilization. Then mobilization and organizations. So the protest against water privatization in Bolivia was not led by any political party. So it was led by an organization called FEDICOR. Then we have learned about interest group and pressure groups. Then pressure groups and movements. Sectional interest groups and public interest groups. Then we have covered movement groups. Then we have covered the Narmada Bachao Andolan. Such type of movement groups are focused a particular target or objective then environmental and women movements, further demanding particular demands. Yes. So then we have covered how pressure groups and movements exert influence on politics through various ways. Then we have covered how some political parties grow out of movements like Assam Gana Parishad in Assam, DMK and ADMK in Tamil Nadu. Yes, Anirudh, in today's session we are studying the NCERT of class 10th, Democratic Politics. Yes, so which will help you to understand the basic concepts. Yes. Now after that we'll start political parties. Yes. The important chapter. I have received various requests to just need to cover this political party chapter in detail. So we'll start the important chapter, political parties. Yes, friends. So, understanding the democracy of our country, we have come across political parties several times. Yes. So in class 9th NCERT, we notice the role of political parties in the rise of democracies, in the formation of constitutional designs, yes, in electoral politics and in the making and working of governments. So now we have glanced at political parties as vehicles of federal sharing of political power and as negotiators of social divisions in the arena of democratic politics. Yes. So, before concluding our journey of democracy, we'll take a close look at the nature and working of the political parties, especially in India. So, in this topic, we'll cover political parties in our country. So, first we'll understand or ask a few common questions. As always, we are asking, like, why do we need parties and how many parties are good for a democracy? So in the light of this, we introduce the national and regional political parties in today's India, and then look at what is wrong with political parties and what can be done about it. Yes, so in our country, we have national and regional political parties are the important part of democracy in our country. Now we'll see the answer of first question, why do we need political parties? So political parties are easily one of the most visible institutions in a democracy. Yes. So for most ordinary citizens, democracy is equal to political parties. So if we travel to remote parts of our country and speak to the less educated citizens, we could come across people who may not know anything about our constitution or about the nature of our government, but chances are that they would know something about our political parties. So at the same time, this visibility does not mean popularity. Yes, most people tend to be very critical of political parties. They tend to blame parties for all that is wrong with our democracy and our political life. So parties have become identified with social and political divisions. So therefore, it is natural to ask, do we need political parties at all? So about 100 years ago, there were few countries of the world that had any political party. So now there are few that do not have parties. So why political parties become so omnipresent in democracies all over the world? So let us first answer the political parties are and what they do before we say why we need them. So we'll understand what political parties are and what they do. So, so friends, if we'll visit any remote parts of our country and will have discussion with common people of that region, they definitely aware about political parties rather than the type of governments and administration. So political parties are easily one of the most visible institution in a democracy. Yes. Now we'll understand why do we need political parties before that, what they do, and what is the role of political parties. So ultimately we'll understand the need of political parties in democratic system. Yes. Now first we'll understand meaning of the political party. So a political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. So a political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. Yes, they agree on some policies and programs for the society with a view to promote the collective good. Since there can be different views on what is good for all, so parties try to persuade people why their policies are better than others. So they seek to implement their policies by winning popular support through elections. So the political parties is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. Yes. Now, these parties reflect fundamental political divisions in a society. Parties are about a part of the society and thus involve partisanship. Thus, a party is known by which party stands for, which policies it supports, and whose interest it upholds. Yes, a political party has three components. These are the important components like the leaders, the active members, and the followers. So political party has three components: the leaders, the active members, and the followers. Yes. Now we'll see the functions of the political parties. Yes. So what does a political party do? So basically political parties fill political offices and exercise political power. So parties do so by performing a series of functions like we'll cover one by one. The parties contest elections. Yes, in most democracies, elections are fought mainly among the candidates put up by political parties. Yes, parties select their candidates in different ways. In some countries, such as the USA, members and supporters of a party choose its candidates. Now, more and more countries are following this method to choose its candidates for the elections. And in other countries like India, top party leaders choose candidates for contesting elections. Yes. So parties put forward different policies and programs and the voters choose from them. So each of us may have different opinions and views on what policies are suitable for the society. So each of us may have different opinions and views on what policies are suitable for the society. But no government can handle such a large variety of views. So we can say in a democracy, a large number of similar opinions have to be grouped together to provide a direction in which policies can be formulated by the governments. So this is what the parties do. A party reduces a vast multitude of opinions into few basic positions which it supports, and a government is expected to base its policies on the line taken by the ruling party. So as we know, a ruling party influences policy making procedure of the government. Yes. Now, the parties play a decisive role in making laws for a country. So formally laws are debated and passed in the legislature. Yes, but since most of the members belong to a party, they go by the direction of the party leadership, irrespective of their personal opinions. Yes, so parties play a decisive role in making laws for a country. Yes, parties form and run governments. So as we noted last year, the big policy decisions are taken by political executive that comes from the political parties, and parties recruit leaders, train them, and then make them ministers to run the government in the way they want. Yes, so how the ruling party is interconnected with the, yes, parties interlink with, yes, majority party, that is ruling party, interconnected with the government. Yes. Now, after that, next function, those parties that lose in the elections play the role of opposition, yes, to the parties in power. So those parties that lose in the elections play the role of opposition to the parties in power by voicing different views and criticizing government for its failures and wrong policies. So opposition parties also mobilize opposition to the government. Yes, parties shape public opinion. So they raise and highlight issues. Parties have lakhs of members and activists spread all over the country. Many of the pressure groups are the extension of political parties among different sections of society. Yes, parties sometimes also launch movements for the resolution of problems faced by people. Yes, often opinions in the society crystallize on the lines parties take. Yes, so parties shape public opinion. Now, the political parties provide people access to government. Yes, people access to government machinery and welfare schemes implemented by governments. For an ordinary citizen, it is easy to approach a local party leader than a government officer. So that is why they feel close to parties even when they do not fully trust them. So parties have to be responsive to people's needs and demands. So otherwise people can reject those parties in the next election. So how the connection of parties with the society and individuals. Yes. So we'll see the necessity of political parties. Yes. So the list of functions in a sense answers the question asked above. Yes, the list of functions in sense answers the question asked above. We need political parties because they perform all functions. But we still need to ask why modern democracies cannot exist without political parties. So we can understand the necessity of political parties by imagining a situation without parties. So every candidate in the elections will be independent. So no one will be able to make any promises to the people about any major policy changes, and the government may form. Yes, the government may be formed, but its utility will remain even uncertain. Now, elected representatives will be accountable to their constituency for what they do in the locality, but no one will be responsible for how the country will be run. Yes. So, the necessity of the political party. So, we can also think about it by looking at the non-party based elections to the panchayat in many states. So although the parties do not contest formally, it is generally noticed that the village gets split into more than one faction. Yes, each of which puts a panel of its candidates, and this is exactly what the party does. Yes, that is the reason we find political parties in almost all countries of the world, whether these countries are big or small, old or new, developed or developing. Yes. So this is the role of polity or party. Now, the rise of political parties is directly linked to the emergence of representative democracies. As we have seen, large societies need representative democracy. As societies become large and complex, they also needed some agency to gather different views on various issues and to present these to government. Yes, they needed some ways to bring various representatives together so that responsible government could be formed Yes, they needed a mechanism to support and resent the government, make policies justify or oppose them. Yes. So political parties fulfill these needs that every representative government has, and we can say that parties are necessary condition for democracy. So here we can say the election procedure or the important stakeholder in the election, like political parties, voters, and candidates. So in process of election for democracy, these are the important part. The process of election, which include the stakeholders like election machinery, that is administration for the election, political parties, candidates and voters. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see the need of the political parties. We'll see how many parties should we have. Yes. So, how many parties should we have? Now, we'll answer this question. Yes. So, in a democracy, any group of citizens is free to form a political party. Yes. In this formal sense, there are a large number of political parties in each country. Yes. So if we are talking about in our country, India, more than 750 political parties are registered with the Election Commission of India. But not all these parties are serious contenders in the elections. So usually only a handful of parties are effectively in the race to win elections and form the government. So now the question is, how many major or effective parties are good for a democracy? Yes, in some countries, only one party is allowed to control and run government. These are called one party systems. Yes. So now we'll see the multi-party and one-party systems as well. Now in our country, now just remember that more than 750 political parties are registered with the Election Commission of India, but a selected or a handful of parties are the serious contenders in the election. Now, in last NCERT, that is class 9th NCERT, we noted that in China, only the Communist Party is allowed to rule. So although legally speaking, people are free to form political parties, it does not happen because the electoral system does not permit free competition for power. So we cannot consider one party system as a good option because this is not a democratic option. Yes. So any democratic system must allow at least two parties to compete in elections and provide a fair chance for the competing parties to come to power. Yes. Now, in some countries, power usually changes between two main parties. So, several other parties may exist, contest elections, and win a few seats in a national legislature. So, only the two main parties have a serious chance of winning majority of seats to form the government. So, such a party system is called two-party system. And the United States of America and United Kingdom are examples of the two-party system. So here understand the examples like one-party system. China is the example for one-party system, whereas United States of America and the United Kingdom are examples of the two-party system. So now after that, if several parties compete for power and more than two parties have a reasonable chance of coming to power either on their own strength or in alliance with others, we call it a multi-party system. Now understand which system in our country yes. So thus in India, we have a multi-party system. So in this system, the government is formed by various parties coming together in a coalition. Yes. So Now, in this system, the government is formed by various parties coming together in a coalition. So when several parties in a multi-party system join hands for the purpose of contesting elections and winning power. Yes. So, for example, in India, there were three such major alliances. In 2004, parliamentary elections, where the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, and the Left Front. So the multi-party system often appears very messy and leads to political instability. So at the same time, the system allows a variety of interests and opinions to enjoy political representation. Yes, like diverse country of India, we need multi-party system. Yes, we have unity in diversity where the representation is very important. So in India we have a multi-party system. Yes, so one party system, two party system and multi-party system. Now, now just tell me which of these is better. Yes. Now tell me out of three which of this is better. Yes, perhaps the best answer to this very common question is that this is not a very good question. So party system is not something any country can choose. Yes, it evolves over a long time depending on the nature of society, its social and regional divisions, its history of politics, and its system of elections. Yes, these cannot be changed very quickly. So each country develops a party system that is conditioned by its spatial circumstances. So for example, if India has evolved a multi-party system, it is because the social and geographical diversity in such a large country is not easily absorbed by two or even three parties. So no system is ideal for all countries and all situations. Yes, as when we are preparing for our civil services, every topper and selected candidate is talking about his own method of succeed into the examination. So same like this, every country has its own method which evolved during a long time, and the factors like nature of society, country's social and regional divisions, history of politics and its system of elections are responsible for the party system. Yes. Now we'll see popular participation in political parties. Yes, popular participation in political parties. So it is often said that political parties are facing a crisis because they are very unpopular and the citizens are indifferent to political parties. The available evidence shows that this belief is only partly true for India. Yes, the evidence based on a series of large sample surveys conducted over several decades, which shows that political parties do not enjoy much trust among the people in South Asia. The proportion of those who say their trust in political parties is not much or not at all, is more than those who have some or great trust. Yes, so the trust factor is to be observed in these surveys. So as we have seen that political parties do not enjoy much trust among the people in South Asia. Yes. After that, the same is true of most other democracies as well. So political parties are one of the least trusted institutions all over the world. Political parties are one of the least trusted institutions all over the world. So yet, the level of participation in the activities of political parties was fairly high. Yes, the proportion of those who said they were members of some political party was higher in India than many advanced countries like Canada, Japan, Spain, and South Korea. Yes, the level of participation of a level of participation in the activities of political parties was fairly high. Yes, the proportion of those who said they were members of some political party was higher in India than many advanced countries like Canada, Japan, Spain, and South Korea. Yes. So, over the last 3 decades, the proportion of those who report to be members of political parties in India has gone up steadily. Yes, the proportion of those who say they feel close to a political party has also gone up in India in this period. Yes. Now see, the despite fluctuations, party identification has gone up in India, where those who feel close to any political party, yes, from the survey from 1971 to 2005. Yes. Now before that, just have a look. The South Asia, aware about the political parties and its activities. Then party members has risen in India, those who say they are members of a political party, from survey from 1967 to 2004. Yes, the graph was increasing. Then party membership is higher in South Asia than the rest of the globe. Yes, those who say they are member of a political party in context with South Asia, global average. Yes. So now see, in Spain it's 1.3. Then Korea, it's 2.6. Japan 3.4. Argentina 4.5. Mexico 4.5. Canada 6.1. Zimbabwe 6.3. Then China 8.3. South Africa 9.2. Uganda 9.5. Sweden 10.3. India 11.4. Tanzania 26.2 and Bangladesh 23.5. So these are the party membership global average. So those who say they are member of a political party, yes. Now, after that we'll see important, that is national parties. So democracies that follow a federal system all over the world tend to have two kinds of political parties. That is, parties that are present in only one of the federal units, and parties that are present in several or all units of the federation. Yes, so this is the case in India as well. Now, there are some countrywide parties which are called national parties, and these parties have their units in various states. But by and large, all these units follow the same policies, programs, and strategy that is decided at the national level. Yes. So, democracies that follow a federal system all over the world. Yes. So, a federal system all over the world tend to have two kinds of political parties. The parties that are present in only one of the federal units and parties that are present in several or all units of federation, which means states and national. So there are countrywide parties are called national parties where all the decision making is performed at the national level. Yes, every party in the country has to register with the election commission, and while the commission treats all parties equally, it offers some special facilities to large and established parties. Yes, these parties are given a unique symbol. Only the official candidates of that party can use that symbol. So parties that get this privilege and some other special facilities recognized by the election commission for this purpose. Yes, so in our country it's mandatory for political party to register with the election commission. So the commission treats all parties equally. It offers some special facilities to large and established parties, that is national parties. Yes, election commission giving a unique symbol to the political party, and only the official candidates of that party can use that election symbol. Yes, parties that get this privilege and some other special facilities are recognized by election commission for this purpose during the election. So that is why these parties are called recognized political parties. Yes. So the election commission has laid down detailed criteria of the proportion of votes and seats that a party must get in order to recognize party. So a party that secures at least 6% of total votes in an election to the legislative assembly of a state and wins at least 2 seats in recognized as a state party. Yes, a party that secures at least 6% of total vote in the Lok Sabha. Yes, now just look at them. So, a party that secures at least 6% of the total votes in Lok Sabha elections or assembly elections in 4 states or wins at least 4 seats in the Lok Sabha is recognized as the national party. Yes. So, a party that secures at least 6% of total votes in election to the Legislative Assembly and wins at least 2 seats, which recognized as state party. Yes. Now, according to the classification, there were 7 recognized national parties in the country in 2018. Yes. So now let's learn something about each of these parties. Yes, national parties. Yes. Now, we'll see first All India Trinamool Congress. Yes, All India Trinamool Congress. So launched on 1st January 1998 under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee, recognized as a national party in 2016. Yes, national party in 2016. So the party symbol is flowers and grass, which committed to secularism and federalism. Yes, has begun in part in West Bengal since 2011 and also has a presence in Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, and Tripura. Yes, in general elections held in 2019, the All India Trinamool Congress got 4.07% votes and won 22 seats, making it the 4th largest party in the Lok Sabha. Yes. Now, next is Bahujan Samaj Party (BSP). Bahujan Samaj Party, formed in 1984 under the leadership of Kashiram, who seeks to represent and secure power for the Bahujan Samaj, which includes Dalits, Adivasis, other backward classes, and religious minorities. Yes, draws inspiration from the ideas and teachings of Shahu Maharaj, Mahatma Phule, Periyar Ramaswamy Naikar, and Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Yes, the party stands for the cause of securing the interest and welfare of the Dalits and oppressed people. So, it has its main base in the state of Uttar Pradesh and substantial presence in neighboring states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Delhi and Punjab. Yes, formed government in Uttar Pradesh several times by taking the support of different parties at different times. So in the Lok Sabha elections held in 2019, it polled about 3.63% of votes and secured 10 seats in the Lok Sabha. Yes, Bahujan Samaj Party. Then Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, founded in 1980 by reviving the erstwhile Bharatiya Janata Sangh, formed by Shama Prasad Mukherjee in 1951, wants to build a strong and modern India by drawing inspiration from India's ancient culture and values. Yes, and Deen Dayal Upadhyay's ideas of integral humanism and Antodaya. So cultural nationalism is an important element in its conception of Indian nationhood, and politics wants full territorial and political integration of Jammu and Kashmir with India, a uniform civil code for all people living in the country, irrespective of religion, and ban on religious conversions. Its support base increased substantially in the 1990s. So earlier limited to north and west and to urban areas, the party expanded its support in the south, east and northeast and to rural areas. Yes, came to power in 1998 as the leader of the National Democratic Alliance, including several regional parties. Yes, emerged as the largest party with 303 members in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections and currently leads the ruling NDA government at the center. Yes, National Democratic Alliance government at the center. After that, Communist Party of India, CPI. Yes. So Communist Party of India, formed in 1925, believes in Marxism and Leninism, secularism and democracy. So opposed to the forces of sectionalism and communalism, accepts parliamentary democracy as a means of promoting the interest of working class, farmers and the poor. So become weak after the split in the party in 1964 that led to the formation of the Communist Party of India M, Maoist. Yes. So significant presence of the states of Kerala, West Bengal, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Its support base had gradually declined over the years and it secured less than 1% votes and 2 seats in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So advocates the coming together of all left parties to build a strong left front. Communist Party of India, CPI. Then, the CPI-M is Communist Party of India, Marxist, not Maoist. Communist, Party of India, Marxist. Communist Party of India, Marxist, not Maoist. Communist Party of India, Marxist, not Maoist. Communist Party of India, Marxist. Communist Party of India, Marxist, not Maoist. Communist Party of India, Marxist, not Maoist. Communist Party of India, Marxist. which founded in 1964, which believes in Marxism and Leninism, which support socialism, secularism, and democracy, and opposes imperialism and communalism. Yes, accept democratic elections as a useful and helpful means, securing the objective of socio-economic justice in India. Enjoys strong support in West Bengal, Kerala, and Tripura, especially among the poor, factory workers, farmers, agricultural laborers, and the intelligentsia. So, critical of the new economic policies that allow free flow of foreign capital and goods into the country. Yes, was in power in West Bengal without break for 34 years. Yes, in the 2019 Lok Sabha election, it won about 1.75% of votes and 3 seats in the parliament. Yes, 3 seats in the Lok Sabha. Yes. After that, Indian National Congress, INC, which popularly known as the Congress Party. So one of the oldest parties of the world, founded in 1885 and has experienced many splits, which played a dominant role in Indian politics at the national and state level for several decades after India's independence. Under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, the party sought to build a modern secular democratic republic in India. So ruling party at the center till 1977, and then from 1980 to 1989. Yes, after 1989, its support declined, but it continues to be present throughout the country, cutting across social divisions. A centrist party, neither rightist nor leftist, in its ideological orientation, the party spouses secularism and welfare of weaker sections and minorities. The Indian National Congress supports new economic reforms, but with a human face. So, leader of the United Progressive Alliance government from 2004 to 2019, and in 2019 election, yes, in 2019 Lok Sabha election, it won 52 seats. Then Nationalist Congress Party, NCP. Yes. Now, Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, which formed in 1999 following a split in the Congress Party, spouses democracy, Gandhian secularism, equity, social justice, and federalism. Wants that high offices in government be confined to natural born citizens of the country, a major party in Maharashtra and has significant presence in Meghalaya, Manipur and Assam. A coalition partner in the state of Maharashtra in alliance with the Congress, and since 2004 a member of the United Progressive Alliance. Yes. Now, after the national parties, we learn about state parties. Yes. So, other than these seven parties, most of the major parties of the country are classified by Election Commission as state parties. State parties. These are commonly referred as regional parties. So yet these parties need not be regional in their ideology or outlook. Some of these parties are all India parties that happen to have succeeded only in some states. So parties like the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Janata Dal have national level political organization with units in several states. Some of these parties like Biju Janata Dal, Sikkim Democratic Front, Mizo National Front, Telangana Rashtra Samiti are conscious about their state identity. So, over the last 3 decades, the number and strength of these parties has expanded. This made the Parliament of India politically more and more diverse. No one national party is able to secure on its own a majority in the Lok Sabha until 2040. So, as a result, the national parties are compelled to form alliance with the state parties. Since 1996, nearly every one of the state parties has got an opportunity to be a part of one or other national level coalition government. So, this has contributed to the strengthening of federalism and democracy in our country. Yes. Now, we'll also see the map in detail for the regional parties. Yes. Yes. Now, See the map. Which shows the regional parties in India was updated till 2018 in NCERT book. Yes, now we'll see one by one the presence of state parties in our country. So friends, we'll start from Jammu and Kashmir. So in Jammu and Kashmir, the regional state parties, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference was formed in 1939. Then Jammu and Kashmir National Panthers Party. Then Jammu and Kashmir's People's Democratic Party was formed in 1999. Then we'll see after Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab. So in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party, yes, formed in 2012, also has presence in Punjab. Shiromani Akali Dal, founded in 1920. Indian National Lok Dal. Yes, Indian National Lok Dal is in Haryana. And after that, we'll see the regional party in Delhi, that is Aam Aadmi Party, was founded in 2012. Is the ruling party in Delhi State Legislative Assembly. Yes. After that, we'll see Uttar Pradesh. So in Uttar Pradesh, Rashtriya Lok Dal, 1998, Samajwadi Party, 1992, then Bihar. They have regional parties. Janata Dal United was formed in 1999. Sorry. Then Lok Jan Shakti Party was formed in 2000. Rashtriya Janata Dal was founded in 1998. So RJD, Rashtriya Janata Dal, also has presence in Jharkhand. Then Rashtriya Lok Samta Party was formed in 2013 in Bihar. Then moving towards northeast states. So we'll start with Sikkim. So Sikkim Democratic Front was formed in 1993 and Sikkim Krantikari Morcha established in 2013. Then Assam, All India United Democratic Front, 2009. Then Assam Gana Parishad was founded in 1985 and Bodoland People's Front. Yes, if we are talking about Arunachal Pradesh, the People's Party of Arunachal is the regional party in Arunachal Pradesh. Then in Nagaland, Naga People's Front. Yes, this also have presence in Manipur. Yes. After that, in Manipur, People's Democratic Alliance. In Mizoram, Mizoram People's Conference was founded in 1972. Zoram Nationalist Party, founded in 1979. Then Mizo National Front was founded in 1961. Then Meghalaya. Yes. Hill State People's Democratic Party, United Democratic Party, National People's Party, founded in 2013, and also has presence in, yes, they have presence in Manipur as well. Then in West Bengal, All India Forward Bloc, Revolutionary Socialist Party. Yes, Revolutionary Socialist Party. Also in Kerala, then Jharkhand, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, JMM. Then AJSU Party, founded in 1986, and JVMP was formed in 2006. After that, in Odisha, Biju Janata Dal, founded in 1977. Now, after that, you see regional party in Andhra Pradesh, Telugu Desam Party, founded in 1982. So, Telugu Desam Party, also in Telangana, and in Andhra Pradesh, YSR Congress Party, formed in 2011, which also in Telangana. Yes, in Andhra Pradesh, YSR Congress Party. Now, if we are talking about Telangana, they have Telangana Rashtra Samiti, founded in 2001, and All India Majlis a Ittihadul Muslimin is also regional party, state party in Telangana. Then Puducherry, All India NR Congress, founded in 2011, and Patli Makkal Kachi, founded in 1990. In Tamil Nadu, there are three regional or state parties like All India Anna, DMK, yes, which is also in Puducherry. Then Dravida Munendra Kazhagam was founded in 1949, also in Puducherry. Desiya Murpokku Dravida Kazhagam, founded in 2005. After that, in Kerala, Kerala Congress, that is Money, founded in 1964. And Indian Union Muslim League, founded in 1948 in Kerala. Then we'll see the regional party, state party in Karnataka, Janata Dal Secular, founded in 1999, also have presence in Kerala. Then Goa, Maharashtravari Gomantak Party, founded in 1961, and Goa Forward Party, founded in 2016. Then state of Maharashtra, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, founded in 2006, and Shiv Sena was founded in 1966. So these are the regional parties in India. Till 13th April 2018. Yes. Now we'll see further challenges to political parties. Yes. Now we have seen how crucial political parties are for the working of democracy. So since parties are the most visible face of democracy, yes, it is natural that people blame parties for whatever is wrong with the working of democracy. And all over the world, people express strong dissatisfaction with the failure of political parties to perform their functions well. Yes. So this is the case in our country too. So popular dissatisfaction and criticism has focused on four problem areas in the working of political parties. So political parties need to face and overcome these challenges in order to remain effective instruments of democracy. Yes. Now, the first challenge is lack of internal democracy within parties. So all over the world, there is tendency in political parties towards a concentration of power in one or few leaders at the top. Yes. So parties do not keep membership registers, do not hold organizational meetings, and do not conduct internal elections regularly. So ordinary members of the party do not get sufficient information on what happens inside the party. Yes, they do not have the means or the connections needed to influence the decisions. So as a result, the leaders assume greater power to make decisions in the name of the party. So since one or few leaders exercise paramount power in the party, so those who disagree with the leadership find it difficult to continue in the party. Yes, more than loyalty to party. Yes, more than loyalty to party principles and policies, personal loyalty to the leader becomes more important. Yes. So the second challenge, of dynastic succession is related to the first one. The second challenge of dynastic succession. So, since most political parties do not practice open and transparent procedures for their functioning, there are very few ways for an ordinary worker to rise to the top in a party. Yes, those who happen to be the leaders are in a position of unfair advantage to favor people close to them or even their family members. Yes, in many parties, the top positions are always controlled by members of one family. So this is unfair to other members of that party, and this is also bad for democracy. So since people who do not have adequate experience or popular support come to occupy positions of power, and this tendency is present in some major all over the world and including in some of the older democracies. Then third challenge is about the growing role of money and muscle. The growing role of money and muscle. So power in parties, especially during elections, since parties are focused only on winning elections, they tend to use shortcuts to win elections, and they tend to nominate those candidates who have or can raise lots of money, rich people and companies who give funds to the parties tend to have influence on the policies and decisions of the party. Yes, in some cases, the parties support criminals who can win elections, and Democrats all over the world are worried about the increasing role of rich people and big companies in democratic politics. Yes. So the third challenge is about growing role of money and muscle. The fourth challenge is that very often parties do not seem to offer a meaningful choice to voters. Yes. So in order to offer meaningful choice, parties must be significantly different. In recent years, there has been a decline in the ideological differences among parties in most part of the world. For example, the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in Britain is very little. So they agree on more fundamental aspects but differ only in details on how policies are to be framed and implemented. So in other country too, the differences among all the major parties on the economic policies have reduced. So those who want really different policies have no option available to them. So sometimes people cannot even elect very different leaders, either because the same set of leaders keep shifting from one party to another. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see how can parties be reformed. Yes. So in order to face these challenges, the political parties need to be reformed. Yes, the question is, are political parties willing to reform? Or if they are willing, what has prevented them from reforming so far? Yes, if they are not willing, is it possible to force them to reform? And citizens all over the world face this question. Yes. So this is not a simple question to answer. So in a democracy, the final decision is made by leaders who represent political parties. People can replace them, but only by another set of party leaders. If all of them do not wish to reform, how can anyone force them to change? So let us look at some of the recent efforts and suggestions in our country to reform political parties and its leaders. So the constitution was amended to prevent elected MLAs and MPs from changing parties. This was done because many elected representatives were indulging in defection in order to become ministers or for cash rewards. Yes, now the law says that if any MLA or MP changes parties, he or she will lose the seat in the legislature. Yes, so this no new law has helped bring defection down. So at same time, this has made any dissent even more difficult. So MPs and MLAs have to accept whatever the party leaders decide. Yes. Now, the Supreme Court passed an order to reduce the influence of money and criminals. And now, it is mandatory for every candidate who contests election to file an affidavit giving details of his property and criminal cases, appendings against him. The new system has made a lot of information available to the public, but there is no system of check if the information given by the candidates is true. So as yet we do not know if it has led to decline in the influence of the rich and the criminals. So the Election Commission passed an order making it necessary for political parties to hold their organizational elections and file their income tax. So the Election Commission passed an order to making it necessary for political parties to hold their organizational elections and file their income tax returns. So the parties have started doing so, but sometimes it is mere formality. It is not clear if this step has led to greater internal democracy in political parties. Yes. Now, beside these, many suggestions are often made to reform political parties. Yes, a law should be made to regulate the internal affairs of political parties. It should be made compulsory for political parties to maintain a register of its members, to follow its own constitution, to have an independent authority, to act as a judge in case of party disputes, to hold open elections to the highest posts in the party. Yes, it should be made mandatory for political parties to give a minimum number of tickets, yes, about one third to women candidate, and similarly there should be a quota for women in decision making bodies of the party. Then there should be state funding of elections. So the government should give parties money to support their election expenses, and this support could be given in kind like petrol, paper, telephone, etc., or it could be given in cash on the basis of the votes secured by the party in the last election. Yes. So these suggestions have not yet been accepted by political parties. So if and when these are accepted, this could lead to some improvement. But we must be very careful about legal solutions to political problems. So over regulation of political parties can be counterproductive, and this would force all parties to find ways to cheat the law. So besides, political parties will not agree to pass a law that they do not like. So there are two other ways in which political parties can reform. One is people can put pressure on political parties. So this can be done through petitions, publicity and agitations. So ordinary citizens, pressure groups and movements and the media can play important role in this. So if political parties feel that they would lose public support by not taking up reforms, they would become more serious about reforms. So, and second, political parties can improve if those who want this join political parties. Yes, political parties can improve if those who want this join political parties. Yes, the quality of democracy, which depends on the degree of public participation, and it is difficult to reform politics if ordinary citizens do not take part in it and simply criticize it from the outside. Yes, the problem of bad politics can be solved by more and better politics. So we shall return to this theme. into this last chapter itself. Now, so it's all about Unit 3. So in this chapter we have covered political parties. So political parties as vehicle of federal sharing of political power. Then we have covered why do we need political parties. So parties have become identified with social and political divisions, and the political parties are easily one of the most visible institution in a democracy. Then we have covered the meaning of political party. So political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. Then a political party has three components: the leaders, the active members, and the followers. Then we have covered the functions of political party, like parties contest elections, parties put forward different policies and programs, and the voters choose from them. Then parties play a decisive role in making law for a country. Parties form and run governments. Those parties that lose in the elections play the role of opposition to the parties in power. By voicing different views and criticizing government for its failure and wrong policies. Yes, political parties shape public opinion. Yes, the parties provide people access to government, machinery and welfare schemes which implemented by governments. Yes. Then we have covered necessity of political parties. So achieve the goals of democracy, there should be participation from all stakeholders into election and governance process. Then we have covered the one party, two party and multi-party system. Yes. So in India we have multi-party system. So basically this like party system evolves over a long time depending on the nature of society, its social and regional divisions. its history of politics, and its system of elections. So all these factors are interlinked with the adoption of party system in the country. Then we have covered the popular participation in political parties. Then we have covered national parties in India. So there were 7 recognized national parties in country till 2018. We have covered national parties All India Trinamool Congress, Bahujan Samaj Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, Communist Party of India, Communist Party of India Marxist CPIM, Indian National Congress, Nationalist Congress Party. Then we have covered state parties. And we have covered state and state, that is regional parties in India state-wise. And after that we have covered challenges to political parties. Like first challenge is the lack of internal democracy within parties. Second challenge of dynastic succession. Third challenge is about the growing role of money and muscle. The fourth challenge is that very often parties do not seem to offer a meaningful choice to the voters. And then after we have talked about how can parties be reformed. So friends, we are covering NCERTs page by page. So you can clear your concepts and reading of NCERTs with us. Now we'll see next chapter and unit, that is unit 4, outcomes of democracy and challenges to democracy. So we have finished populist struggle and movements and political parties. Now we'll start outcomes of democracy. Outcomes of democracy. So as we begin to wind up our tour to democracy, it is time to move beyond our discussion of specific themes and ask general set of questions like, what does democracy do? What outcomes can we reasonably expect of democracy? Also, does democracy fulfill these expectations in real life? So we begin by thinking about how to assess the outcomes of democracy. After some clarity on how to think on this subject, we proceed to look at the expected and actual outcomes of democracy in various respects: quality of government, economic well-being, inequality, social differences, and conflict, and finally freedom and dignity. So our final verdict, positive but qualified, leads us to think about the challenges to democracy in the series of chapter that is in next chapter. Now we'll see how do we assess democracy's outcomes. So as we have covered in class 9th textbook, the story that is how students in Madam Lingdo's class argued about democracy. So it emerged from that conversation that democracy is a better form of government when compared with dictatorship or any other alternative. So we felt that democracy was better because it promotes equality among citizens, enhances the dignity of the individual, improves the quality of decision making, provides a method to resolve conflicts, allows room to correct mistakes. So, are these expectations realized under democracies? When we talk to people around us, most of them support democracy against other alternatives, so such as rule by a monarch or military or religious leaders, but not so many of them would be satisfied with the democracy in practice. Yes, it's no doubt democracy is one of the better form of government, but the implementation of the democracy at the grassroots level is most important part. So in democracy normally, which promotes equality among citizens, enhances the dignity of the individual, which improves quality of decision making, provides a method to resolve conflicts, and allows room to correct mistakes. So now we'll see. So we face dilemma. Democracy is seen to be a good in principle, but fail to be not so good in its practice. So this dilemma invites us to think hard about the outcomes of democracy. So do we prefer democracy only for moral reasons? Yes. Or are there some prudential reasons to support democracy too? So over a hundred countries of the world today claim and practice some kinds of democratic politics. So they have formal constitutions, they hold elections, they have parties and they guarantee rights of citizens. So while these features are common to most of them, and these democracies are very much different from each other in terms of their social situations, their economic achievements, and their cultures. So which but is there something that we can expect from everyday democracy just because it is democracy? Our interest in and fascination for democracy often pushes us into taking a position that democracy can address all socio-economic and political problems. If some of our expectations are not met, we start blaming the idea of democracy, or we start doubting if we are living in a democracy. Yes, the first step towards thinking carefully about the outcomes of democracy is to recognize that democracy is just a form of government. Yes, it can only create conditions for achieving something. The citizens have to take advantage of those conditions and achieve those goals. So let us examine some of the things we can reasonably expect from democracy and examine the record of democracy. So the famous case by R.K. Lakshman. So is democracy all about coping with multiple pressures and accommodating diverse demands? So the issues were mentioned in the picture, like to settle the language issue, student demands, to get a separate state, to solve the border dispute, to get more DM as a protest against police excesses. Yes. Now we'll see accountable, responsive, and legitimate government. There are some things that democracy must provide. So in a democracy, we are most concerned with ensuring that people will have the right to choose their rulers, and people will have control over the rulers. Yes. So whenever possible and necessary, citizens should be able to participate in decision making that affects them all. So therefore, the most basic outcome of democracy should be that it provides So citizens should be able to participate in decision making that affects them all. So therefore, the most basic outcome of democracy should be that it produces a government that is accountable to the citizens and responsive to the needs and expectations of the citizens. Yes. So friends, now we'll see before accountable, responsive and legitimate government. Before we go into this question, we face another common question like, is the democratic government efficient? Is it effective? So some people think that democracy produces less effective government. So it is of course true that non-democratic rulers do not have to bother about deliberation in assemblies or worry about majorities and public opinion. So they can be very quick and efficient in decision making and implementation. So democracy is based on the idea of deliberation and negotiation. So some delay is bound to take place. Does that make democratic government inefficient? Let us think in terms of cost. Imagine a government that may take decision very fast, but it may take decisions that are not accepted by the people and may therefore face problems. So in contrast, the democratic government will take more time to follow procedures before arriving at a decision. But because it has followed procedures, its decision may be both more acceptable to the people and more effective. So the cost of time that democracy pays is perhaps worth it. Yes. So friends, in other type of governments like monarchy and dictatorship, there denotes effective government, which means they are taking quick decisions and implementation because monarchy or dictatorship do not bother about majority in the parliament. But in process of democracy, the decision making or implementation of any law which will take time, but definitely it will acceptable by the most of the people. Yes, and this decision in democracy also effective and acceptable by masses. So now look at the other side where democracy ensures that decision making will be based on norms and procedures. So a citizen who wants to know if decision was taken through the correct procedures can find this out. Yes, she has the right and the means to examine the process of decision making. This is known as transparency. This factor is often missing from a non-democratic government. So therefore, when we are trying to find out outcomes of democracy, it is right to accept democracy to produce a government that follows procedures and is accountable to the people. So we can also expect that the democratic government which develops mechanism for citizens to hold the government accountable and mechanisms for citizens to take part in decision making whenever they think fit. If you wanted to measure democracies on the basis of this expected outcome, you would look for the following practices and institutions like regular, free and fair elections, open public debate on major policies and legislations, and citizens' right to formation about the government and its function. Yes, the actual performance of democracies shows a mixed record on this. So democracies have had greater success in setting up regular and free elections and in setting up conditions for open public debate. Yes, but most democracies fall short of elections that provide a fair chance to everyone and in subjecting every decision to public debate. So democratic governments do not have a very good record when it comes to sharing information with citizens. So all one can say in favor of democratic regimes is that they are much better than any non-democratic regime in these respects. Yes, in substantive terms, it may be reasonable to expect from democracy. So, a government that is attentive to the needs and demands of the people and is largely free of corruption. The record of democracies is not impressive on these two counts. So, democracies often frustrate the needs of the people and often ignore the demands of a majority of its population. Yes. So the record of democracies is not impressive on these two counts. So democracies often frustrate the needs of the people and often ignore the demands of a majority of its population. The routine tales of corruption are enough to convince us that democracy is not free of this evil. And at the same time, there is nothing to show that non-democracies are less corrupt or more sensitive to the people. So there is one respect in which democratic government is certainly better than its alternatives. So democratic government is legitimate government. It may be slow, less efficient, not always very responsive or clean, but a democratic government is people's government, people's own government. That is why there is an overwhelming support for the idea of democracy all over the world. Yes, so as the accompanying evidence from South Asia shows that The support exists in countries with democratic regimes as well as countries without democratic regimes. So people wish to be ruled by representatives elected by them, and they also believe that democracy is suitable for their country. Democracy's ability to generate its own support is itself an outcome that cannot be ignored. Yes, see, the state of democracy in South Asia is the source. Democracy is preferred over dictatorship everywhere except Pakistan. So very few doubt the suitability of democracy of their own country. So how suitable is democracy for your country? This is survey. Yes. South Asia, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Nepal. Then overwhelming support for democracy. The percentage. The chart is also showing how democracy is preferable. Like 69% in Bangladesh, 70% in India, 62% in Nepal, 37% in Pakistan, and 71% in Sri Lanka. Yes, sometimes dictatorship is better. In Bangladesh, the 6%, India 9%, 10% Nepal, 14% Pakistan, and Sri Lanka 11%. Doesn't matter to me. The survey where 25% in Bangladesh, 21% India, 28% Nepal, 49% Pakistan, and 18% Sri Lanka. Yes. Now we'll see economic growth and development. If democracies are expected to produce good governments, then it is not fair to accept that they would also produce development. Evidence shows that in practice many democracies did not fulfill its expectations. Yes, expectation. If you consider all democracies and all dictatorships for the 50 years between 1950 and 2000, dictatorship have slightly higher rate of economic growth. The inability of democracy to achieve higher economic development worries us, but this alone cannot be reason to reject democracy. Now, we'll see the outcomes of democracy in the context with economic growth and development. So, if democracies are expected to produce good governments, then it is not fair to accept that they would also produce development. So, evidence shows that in practice, many democracies did not fulfill this expectation. If we consider all democracies and all dictatorships, For the 50 years between 1950 to 2000, dictatorships have slightly higher rate of economic growth. And the inability of democracy to achieve higher economic development worries us, but this alone cannot be reason to reject democracy. As we have discussed about, the decision making in dictatorship or monarchy is different, and the implementation of policies in democracy it's completely different. So as we have already studied in economics and economic development, which depends on several factors like country's population size, global situation, cooperation from other countries, economic priorities adopted by the country, etc. So, however, the difference in the rates of economic development between less developed countries with dictatorships and democracies is negligible. So, overall, we cannot say that democracy is a guarantee of economic development, but we can expect democracy not to lag behind dictatorship in this respect. So, when we find such a significant difference in the rates of economic growth between countries under dictatorship and democracy, it is better to prefer democracy as it has several other positive outcomes. Yes. Now see the cartoon on this page. Yes, the disparities tells us about the disparities between the rich and poor. Yes, should the gains of economic growth be evenly distributed? Should the gains of economic growth be evenly distributed? How can the poor get a voice for a better share in a nation? And what can the poor countries do to receive a greater share in the world's wealth? Economic growth and income distribution gains 2000 to 2006. Rich, middle and poor categories. Now we'll see the economic outcomes of democracy. So arguments about democracy tend to be very passionate. This is how it should be. Democracy appeals to some of our deep values. Yes, these debates cannot be resolved in a simple manner, but some debates about democracy can and should be resolved by referring to some facts and figures. The debate about the economic outcomes of democracy is one such debate. So, over the years, many students of democracy have gathered careful evidence to see what the relationship of democracy with economic growth and economic inequalities. Yes. So see, the this cartoon is talked about economic outcomes. So now this table is talked about the rates of economic growth for different countries between 1950 to 2000, the type of regimes and countries and their growth rate. All democratic regimes growth rate 3.95, all dictatorial regimes growth rate 4.42, poor countries under dictatorship growth rate 4.34, poor countries under democracy growth rate 4.28. Then the table 2, which showing that inequality of income in selected countries. In South Africa, percent share of national income, top 20% 64.8, bottom 2.9. In Brazil, top 26 3.0, bottom 2.6. In Russia, 53.7 and 4.4. United States of America 50 and 4.0. United Kingdom 40.45.0, 6.0. Denmark 34.5, 9.6, and Hungary 34.4 to 10.0. Now, after the economic outcomes of democracy, we'll see reduction of inequality and poverty. So perhaps more than development, it is responsible to expect democracies to reduce economic disparities. Yes, even when a country achieves economic growth, will wealth be distributed in such a way that all citizens of the country will have share and lead a better life. Yes, in economic growth, in democracies accompanied by increased inequalities among the people, or do democracies lead to a just distribution of goods and opportunities? So democracies are based on political equality. All individuals have equal weight in electing representatives. Parallel to the process of bringing individuals into the political arena on an equal footing, we find growing economic inequalities. So, small number of ultra rich enjoy a highly disproportionate share of wealth and incomes. Not only that, their share is their share in the total income of the country has been increasing. So those at the bottom of the society have very little to depend upon. Their incomes have been declining. Sometimes they find it difficult to meet their basic needs of life, such as food, clothing, house, education, and health. So, in actual life, democracies do not appear to be very successful in reducing economic inequalities. So, in economy section, we have studied about poverty in India. So, the poor constitute a large proportion of our voters, and nobody will like to lose their votes. Yet, democratically elected governments do not appear to be as keen to address the question of poverty as we would expect them to. So the situation is much worse in some other countries. In Bangladesh, more than half of its population lives in poverty. People in several poor countries are now dependent on the rich countries even for food supplies. Now we'll see accommodation of social diversity. So all we are saying that democracy ensure that people do not break each other's head. This is not harmony. Should be happy about it. Do democracies lead to peaceful, harmonious life among citizens? So it will be fair expectation that democracy should produce a harmonious social life. So we have seen in the earlier chapters how democracies accommodate various social divisions. Yes, we saw in the first chapter how Belgium has successfully negotiated differences among ethnic populations. So democracies usually develop a procedure to conduct their competition. So this reduces the possibility of these tensions becoming explosive or violent. No society can fully and permanently resolve conflicts among different groups, but we can certainly learn to respect these differences, and we can also evolve mechanisms to negotiate the differences. So democracy is best suited to produce this outcome, and non-democratic regimes often turn a blind eye to or suppress internal social differences. So ability to handle social differences, divisions and conflicts is the definite plus point of democratic regimes, which means when the social differences, divisions or any demands to be considered in democratic system, whereas in other monarchy or dictatorship, these demands suppressed by the authorities. Yes. So, but the example of Sri Lanka, which reminds us that a democracy must fulfill two conditions in order to achieve this outcome, where it is necessary to understand that democracy is not simply ruled by majority opinion. The majority always needs to work with the minority so that governments function to represent the general view. So majority and minority opinions are not permanent, and it is also necessary that rule by majority does not become the rule by majority community in terms of religion, race, linguistic group, etc. So rule by majority means that is that in case of every decision or in case of every election, yes, different persons and groups may and can form a majority. Yes. Now we'll see democracy remains democracy only as long as every citizen has chance of being in majority at some point of time. If someone is barred from being in majority on the basis of birth, then the democratic rule ceases to be accommodative for that person or group. Now after that we'll see dignity and freedom of the citizen, the outcomes of democracy. So democracy stands much superior to any other form of government in promoting dignity and freedom of the individual. Yes, every individual wants to receive respect from fellow beings. Often conflicts arise among individuals because some feel that they are not treated with due respect. The passion for respect and freedom are the basis of democracy. Democracies throughout the world have recognized this. So, at least in principle. So, this has been achieved in various degrees. So, in various democracies, for societies which have been built for long on the basis of subordination and domination, it is not a simple matter to recognize that all individuals are equal. So take the case of dignity of women. Most societies across the world were historical male dominated societies. So democracy stands much superior to any other form of government in promoting dignity and freedom of the individual. So long struggles by women have created some sensitivity today that respect to an equal treatment of women are necessary ingredients of a democratic society. That does not mean that women are actually always treated with respect. But once the principle is recognized, it becomes easier for women to wage a struggle against what is now unacceptable legally and morally. Yes. In a non-democratic setup, this unacceptability would not have legal basis because the principle of individual freedom and dignity would not have the legal and moral force there in the non-democratic setup. The same is true of caste inequalities. Democracy in India has strengthened the claims of the disadvantaged and discriminated castes for equal status and equal opportunity, and there are instances still of caste-based inequalities and atrocities, but these lack the moral and legal foundations. So perhaps it is the recognition that makes ordinary citizens value their democratic rights. Now, expectations from democracy also function as the criteria for judging any democratic country. What is most distinctive about democracy is that its examination never gets over. As democracy passes one test, it produces another test. As people get some benefits of democracy, they ask for more and want to make democracy even better. That is why, when we ask people about the way democracy functions, they will always come up with more expectations and many complaints. The fact that people are complaining is itself a testimony to the success of democracy. It shows that people have developed awareness and the ability to expect. The ability to expect and to look critically at power holders and the high and the mighty. A public expression of dissatisfaction with democracy shows the success of the democratic project. So it transforms people from the status of a subject into that of a citizen. Most individuals today believe that their vote makes a difference to the way the government is run and to their own self-interest. Belief in the efficiency of vote is placed above the calculus utility. Those who say that their vote makes a difference, the South Asia 65%, Bangladesh 66, India 67, Nepal 75, Pakistan 50, Sri Lanka 65. And another picture, Rosa Parks still inspires. So the above cartoon and graph illustrate a point made in this section, like dignity and freedom of the citizens. Now, after the outcomes, we'll see challenges to democracy. We have covered outcomes of democracy. Now we'll see challenges to democracy. So in outcomes of democracy, we have covered how do we assess democracy's outcomes. Accountable, responsive and legitimate government. Then economic growth and development. Economic outcomes of democracy. Then reduction of inequality and poverty. Accommodation of social diversity. Then dignity and freedom of the citizens. Yes. Now we'll continue with the next chapter, that is challenges to democracy. So just have an overview before going to start the chapter. So this concluding chapter draws upon all that we have learned in class 9th and 10th NCERT to address the fundamental questions of democratic politics. So what are the challenges that democracy faces in our country and elsewhere? What can be done to reform democratic politics? How can our democracy become more democratic in its practice and outcomes? So This chapter only makes some suggestions about the way in which we can approach the questions of challenges and reforms. Yes, it invites to think on your own and come up with your own reading of the challenges. And recipe of how to overcome these and your own definition of democracy. Thinking about challenges. I hope everyone remember that. We have covered the chapters in class 9th NCERT of political science. So there we track the expansion of democracy all over the world, and our reading thereafter has confirmed our initial impression. So democracy is the dominant form of government in the contemporary world. It does not face a serious challenger or rival, yet our exploration of the various dimensions of democratic politics has shown us something else as well. The promise of democracy is far from realized anywhere in the world. And democracy does not have a challenger, but that does not mean that it does not face any challenges. At different points in our journey of understanding democracy, we have noted the serious challenges that democracy faces all over the world. A challenge is not just any problem. We usually call only those difficulties a challenge which are significant and which can be overcome. A challenge is a difficulty that carries within it an opportunity for progress. Once we overcome a challenge, we go up to a higher level than before. So different countries face different kinds of challenges. So at least 1/4 of the globe is still not under democratic government. The challenge for democracy is these parts of the world is very stark. These countries face the foundational challenge for making the transition to democracy and then instituting democratic government. This involves bringing down the existing non-democratic regime, keeping military away from the controlling government, and establishing a sovereign and functional state. So most of the established democracies face the challenge of expansion. This involves applying the basic principle of democratic government across all the regions, different social groups, and various institutions. So ensuring greater power to local governments, extension of federal principle to all the units of the federation, inclusion of women and minority groups. So falls under this challenge This also means that less and less decisions should remain outside the arena of democratic control. So most countries, including India and other democracies like the United States, facing this challenge. So the third challenge of deepening of democracy is faced by every democracy in one form or another. This involves strengthening of institutions and practices of democracy. This should happen in such a way that people can realize their expectations of democracy, but ordinary people have different expectations from democracy in different societies. So therefore, this challenge takes different meanings and paths in different parts of the world. In general, in general terms, it usually means strengthening those institutions that help people's participation and control. This requires an attempt to bring down the control and influence of the rich and powerful people in making governmental decisions. We have noted or hinted at these challenges in all the various examples and stories we have covered in previous year NCERT and also the few initial chapters of this book. So let us go back to all the major stops in our tour of democracy, refresh our memory and note down the challenges that democracy faces in each of this. Now thinking about political reforms. So each of these challenges is linked to the possibility of reforms. As mentioned above, we discuss challenges only because we think these can be overcome. And generally, all these suggestions or proposals about overcoming various challenges to democracy are called democracy reform or political reform. So we are not going to give here a list of desirable political reforms, for there cannot be any such list. If all the countries do not have the same challenges, it follows that everyone cannot follow the same recipe. Of political reforms. So we cannot prescribe a procedure for car repair without knowing which model the car is. So what the defect is and what tools are available where are the car has broken down. Yes. So thinking about political reforms. So can we at least have a list of such reforms for our country in today's context? We can develop some proposal for reforms at the national level. But the real challenge of reforms may not lie at the national level. Some of the crucial questions need to be thought at the state or local level. So besides Such a list may become irrelevant after some time. And so instead of that, let us think of some broad guidelines that can be kept in mind while devising ways and means for political reforms in India. It is very tempting to think of legal ways of reforming politics, to think of new laws to ban undesirable things. But this temptation needs to be resisted. No doubt, law has an important role to play in political reform. So, carefully devised changes in law can help to discourage wrong political practices and encourage good ones. But legal constitutional changes by themselves cannot overcome challenges to democracy. And this is like the rules of cricket. So, a change in rules, the example is given for the cricket. So, similarly, democratic reforms are to be carried out mainly by political activist parties, movements, and politically conscious citizens. So, any legal change must carefully look at what results it will have on politics. So, sometimes the results may be counterproductive. For example, many states have banned people who have more than two children from contesting panchayat elections. This has resulted in denial of democratic opportunity to many poor and women, which was not intended. So generally laws that seek to ban something are not very successful in politics. So laws that give political actors incentives to do good things have more chances of working. The best laws are those which empower people to carry out democratic reforms. The Right to Information Act is a good example of a law that empowers the people to find out what is happening in government and act as watchdogs of democracy. Such a law helps to control corruption and supplements the existing laws that ban corruption and impose strict penalties. Now, democratic reforms are to be brought about principally through political practice. Therefore, the main focus of political reforms should be on ways to strengthen democratic practice. As we discussed in the chapter on political parties, the most important concern should be to increase and improve the quality of political participation by ordinary citizens. So any proposal for political reforms should think not only about what is good solution, but also about who will implement it and how. So it is not very wise to think that the legislatures will pass legislations that go against the interest of all the political parties and MPs, but measures that rely on democratic movements, citizens, organizations, and the media are likely to succeed. Yes. So democratic reforms are to be, so any proposal for political reforms should think not only about what is good solution but also about who will implement it and how. So it is not very wise to think that the legislature will pass legislations that go against the interest of all political parties and MPs, but measures that rely on democratic movements, citizens, organizations, and the media are likely to succeed. So let us keep these general guidelines in mind and look at some specific instances of challenges to democracy that required some measures of reform. Yes, let us try to come up with some concrete proposals of reform. So the doctors' absenteeism and political funding. Now, in this doctors' absenteeism, the reforms proposals like the government should make it compulsory for the doctors to live in the village where they are posted, otherwise their service should be terminated. District administration and police should carry out surprise raids to check the attendance of the doctors. Village panchayat should be given the power to write the annual report of the doctor, which should be read out in the Gram Sabha meeting. And problems like this can be solved only in Uttar Pradesh is split into several small states, which can be administered more efficiently. Then political funding, the reforms proposals, the financial accounts of every political party should be made public. These accounts should be examined by government auditors. There should be state funding of elections. Parties should be given some money by the government to meet their election expenditure, and citizens should be encouraged to give more donations to parties and to political workers. Such donations should be exempt from income tax. These are the reforms suggested. Now we'll see the reforming politics. So there is one story you can read when you will get idle time. So we cannot have democracy in a real sense unless people and politicians overcome the barriers of caste and religion. The corruption of the politician is more visible, and we get the impression that all politicians are corrupt. So some of them are, or some of them are not. Then, redefining democracy. So, democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. Yes. We then looked at many cases and expanded the definition slightly to add some qualifications. So, the rulers elected by the people must take all the major decisions. Elections must offer a choice and fair opportunity to the people to change the current rulers. Yes. This choice and opportunity should be available to all the people on an equal basis, and the exercise of this choice must lead to a government limited by basic rules of the constitution and citizens' rights. So, we may have noticed that in the course of our discussions of various aspects of democratic government and politics, we have gone beyond that definition. So, we discussed democratic rights and length and noted that these rights are not limited to the right to vote, stand in elections, and form political organizations. We discussed some social and economic rights that a democracy should offer to its citizens. We have taken up power sharing as the spirit of democracy and discussed how power sharing between governments and social groups is necessary in a democracy. We saw how democracy cannot be the brute rule of majority, and how a respect for minority voice is necessary for democracy. So our discussion of democracy has gone beyond the government and its activities. So we discussed how eliminating discrimination based on caste, religion, and gender is important in a democracy. And finally, we had, yes, finally, we have had some discussion about some outcomes that one can expect from a democracy. So, in doing so, we have not gone against the definition of democracy offered last year, that is in class 9th NCERT. We begin then with the definition of what is the minimum a country must have to be called a democracy. And in the course of our discussion, we move to the set of desirable conditions that a democracy should have. So we have moved from the definition of democracy to the description of a good democracy. And how do we define a good democracy? What are its features? Which are the features a democracy must have to be called a good democracy? And what must not take place in a democracy if it is a good democracy? So we have to decide that. So in our preparation for civil services also, we have to make opinion on all these issues. So friends, here we have completed class 10th NCERT Democratic Politics. So friends, do not forget to like, share and subscribe Unacademy videos on YouTube. You can attend various strategy lectures by our top educators. Yes, those aspirants are planning to appear for prelims this year. They should go with our Unacademy's free test series, where we will cover complete general studies and current affairs part. So friends, see you in the next lecture with new topic, and in next marathon session we'll start another NCERT. So keep studying, keep revising. All the best.